Good afternoon. If we still have people in the foyer, if you can hear me, we ask that you kindly come in so that we can resume with our afternoon session. Yes. Good afternoon once again. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Do we have anybody in the house? You see, one of the challenges is after lunch, everybody feels like taking a sit back and enjoying and letting that food digest. And yet we still have about 3 very important sessions to go. So I would like us to have some consensus. Can we try and have the next sessions being as brief and yet as topical as possible? Because it's important that we have all the information and we're able to share it. But can we also do it in such a way that we save ourselves some time for the evening? I'm really hoping that we don't end our session when it has gone dark. I'd like for you to see an afternoon in Munyonyo, an afternoon in Kampala. So for the next few presenters, we'll really ask that we keep it really short and topical. And for anybody that has contributions or questions, let's also keep them focused and let us not repeat ourselves. So, now that we are ready for the next session, I'm going to invite Dr. Masinde, Director PBO from Kenya, and his thematic area is effective public communication and engagement for an informed citizenry. I'm sure this is something that has been touched on in many places, and we now need to know how we can participate in the communication. So over to Dr. Masinde.
As I wait for the connection, how many PBOs are allowed to speak to the media in this room? How many PBOs are allowed to speak to the media, like calling for a press conference? Any in the room? Gambia?
I wouldn't say we're not allowed to, but we don't encourage it because it attracts political, so we just refrain from it.
Okay. Any other? Zimbabwe. Can you talk to the media? Are you allowed to speak to the media?
We try to avoid talking to the media. We speak to the committee chairperson, then probably speaks to the media.
Okay.
But obviously, one time or so, the committee chairperson will say, if he is invited for the television program, he will say, no, I want to go to the director so that some of the technical issues.
To accompany him?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So basically there's no one in the room, perhaps. I like the Zimbabwean way, perhaps. Because the more you export to the media, also you like to get yourselves into problem. Now, I'm sure you've discussed this, so my work is just basically to quickly run through some principle of clear communication. Our audience. And I remember that Director Chikunu was talking about who is your audience. As far as some of us accountants or economists in the room, it is important that we follow some of these principles in terms of communication. Accuracy, evidence, I'm sure you have discussed that one so much. Who is your audience? Are you writing a paper for the purpose of members to discuss and understand? Write clearly, think clearly. What is your policy focus? Don't jumble up things. And my experience as a PBO is sometimes this is an area where we need to build capacity for staff working in PBOs, especially directors. I think this much to your focus in terms of ensuring that there's clarity in writing, you structure the documents logically, and you must tell a story. And I keep saying that in the legislatures, even if you don't advise, they will legislate anyway. So it's up to you now to follow up on those particular members. Otherwise, they'll still pass those bills. They'll still pass the budget if you don't provide that particular analysis by telling a story. So in terms of the audience, budget books come to Parliament, and I'm sure their first clients are members of Parliament. And I think she could mention in the morning that somebody, I don't know the director, that the moment you go to the third, fourth page of a document, these guys switch off. They have no time. What are you telling us? Oh, the function of the committee, oh, the structure of the study. They don't care about that. They want information. So please have some punchlines and excite members. Convey economic ideas to non-specialists. Debt sustainability analysis, primary balance. That's your language, please. Ensure the members understand what you're talking about. Avoid plagiarism, cut and paste. Some members in that room actually are very studious, and they can easily catch up with you if you just lift information from one particular document to another document without even citing, And I'm sure directors, you're aware of this. Let's be honest. Often they're not somebody's in a hurry and he just picks an old brief and just changes a few things, the numbers alone, and then the whole thing is now presented to the committee. Yes, fundamentals. You are not here to sit on behalf of the executive. And I think there's a thin line between trying to help government of the day against what you're supposed to write in a non-partisan way. Please, just say the truth. Don't say fundamentals are in place and people are suffering. The mother is there. You seen the mother there? So you are reading the budget, the minister is on the floor of the house talking about how resilient the Kenyan economy is, and yet there's a mother there who is washing clothes and doing all those things, with a child, on the back. The point is, colleagues, and I'm sure this is going to perhaps, be a bit controversial, is that you are not here to be the gatekeeper of government. Neither are you here to be the gatekeeper of the opposition. Try and find a way of, and I like the IMF style of writing. The IMF will say, significant effort has been done by the authorities of Ghana. However, there are challenges within the debt, whatever, So try and just write it. Don't really be so political also in terms of hitting the government of the day. Avoid jargon. In the English-speaking countries, people think knowing a lot of English is a sign of intelligence. Look at this. The average time to maturity of existing debt portfolio is 13.1 years, excluding BOT liquidity bills, or 12.7 years with BOT liquidity bills. The long-term average time to maturity of external debt portfolio emanates from the dominance of concessional loans which have maturities of up to 50 years. So this brief is before the budget committee, And you have a member X who is elected, what are you telling us here? So this statement might actually sound scary and very intelligent, but you're saying nothing because you're not communicating, right? So if you can't explain it, you simply don't understand it well. And I think this is typical of people in the room who are basically economists. Try and break down this information into some simple language where members understand what you're simply talking about. So this is my agenda snapshot of what you need to do in terms of clear thinking. Understand the budget. Yourself understand it. You can be ambushed and be told, you have 5 minutes to finish this presentation. Fiscal analyst X, economist X. If you're used to reading, then it becomes a problem. Have a logical structure, understand your audience, write clearly, and communicate the key message. In our brief, colleagues, please have 1 or 2 pages that sends the message on a snapshot. I don't have to read a document all the way to 15 pages and then, by the time I get to the point, what you're saying, members are tired, as I earlier said. So this is a famous quote by Paul Romer on effective writing within the economic field. He says, clear writing produces clear thoughts. Sloppy writing produces sloppier thoughts. This is a natural consequence of the fact that anything stored in connections between neurons is part of a biochemical and electrical dynamic feedback loop. When we access one loop, we change it and connect it with each other. This analogy is used in terms of helping people to write, and rewrite, and allow your colleagues to go through your work. It doesn't mean Chigun is a director. There are good writers in PBO Uganda, I'm sure, and the director knows them very well. Director, allow them to look at your document and provide some input. Write, rewrite until you get the clear thoughts before the document is given to the media, especially those PBOs who have the power to publish. If you have the power to publish, then credibility becomes an issue. So you can never allow any document to go out without being sure of what you've written, because it goes out there, it becomes something very, very different. And this is basically just communicating where you have some nice chart indicating the idea you're presenting in the budget against some other writing. So some members who are not good in reading the words, they can even interpret the graph easily without any problem. And this is acquired over time, colleagues. Ways of improving in terms of analysis and communication, number 1, include more analysis. Analysis does not mean repeating a document for the National Treasury or the Minister of Finance. Actually, sometimes you can be tempted to actually assume you have analyzed a document, yet you are simply summarizing and using different English words, repeating the same document. Are we together? Improve readability. And I keep saying in PBO Kenya, sometimes when I look at a document, and my colleagues can attest to that, when I see the first brief you give it to me, sometimes just boring, badly done, I just get annoyed. Because even the tables are just jumbled up. There's no common font, nothing like that. So I just get annoyed. So it doesn't improve readability. But some of them, you are like, wow, this looks good, Clear language, I said that. Reduce density and unnecessary details, especially legislature, because these people do not have time. Vagueness, vague statements. There is need to put more money in capitation for primary school. So what? What are you telling us now? You are the analyst, you are before the committee, and you know this budget is closed, there is a ceiling, and you are saying there is need to increase more resources to this sector. Where does it come from? Right? Use tables and graphs, infographics, I think it was mentioned in the morning. Determine some of these things can go to the annexes. Tables are the long documents for members who want to read. Please annex and reduce the length of the document. Look ahead. By definition, a budget is forward-looking. Be futuristic within the year. Don't be static in terms of your analysis. Now look at this. This was written by some person in the Ministry of Finance in Kenya in one of the budget policy statements. The base for ordinary revenue projections is higher than the actual outcome by 26.2 billion shillings. As such, there will be a downward base effect adjustment in ordinary revenue for 2016-2017 and the medium term. This adjustment in revenues is expected to translate to a mix of downward adjustment in expenditure projections and upward adjustment in financing for FY 2016-2017. In addition, adjustments will be made to fiscal aggregates to reflect revisions in the macroeconomic projections as well as revenue performance for the first 2 months of 2016-2017. What's that? Is it readable? By the time now we get to the first end of the first paragraph, by the time you internalize, then you are confused in terms of the mix of downward adjustment. By the time you breathe out, you have some fiscal aggregates now coming in. So this confuses these members and they get scared and they just switch off. Omit unnecessary information. A sentence should contain no unnecessary words. They say a paragraph, no unnecessary sentences. For the same reason that a drawing should have no unnecessary lines and a machine with no unnecessary parts. You can read this book in terms of the elements of writing. Now you see, this was the language for Rwanda, the original language for Rwanda. In the case of outlays, the major focus in the medium term is to implement prioritization for policy that will allocate adequate resources for completion of ongoing strategic investment and social protection projects and programs. Now this is the version of a member that wants to see. Over the medium term, we will ensure strategic investment and social protection projects and programs have the necessary money they need. As simple as that. So leave yourself to this and try and look at the audience as you go by. Density. And I can attest by this this dense paragraph, sometimes it even appears in PBO Kenya. And I'm sure we can agree to this. Just look at this. I don't even want to read it. And surprisingly, you'll find some of this particular narrative in a PowerPoint. In a PowerPoint, and you're presenting to members of parliament, Colleagues, it's an eye-opener for. I don't want to read it. Please reduce the density of the document. Yes. Nice graph. So you have, I don't know how many lines, So directors, if people are able to do this, please invest in capacity building and ensure people are properly trained to avoid doing these things and embarrassing the office. Visual tools, they tell a good story. I've already mentioned that. A graph and a few, snippet of the information, it will be able to send the message. How long or how short? Keep it fit for purpose. If it's a brief to the committee, you can have an abridged version of the longer brief to the committee and publish the remaining document. Mind your audience, ensure it is relevant. Don't overload the document with a lot of jargon of technical details. Use annexures and practice the art of summary. That I've already mentioned. Allow me to jump that. Now, in the experience of PBO Kenya is that we are trying to do this. You build a writing team, and often than not, probably if you have a document which you want to produce as the budget options, like the budget watch, you have a small team. Because not everybody is going to write. And let the team lead the process of writing. And they'll be held accountable in terms of the production of the document as well as the general editing. Have a professional editing process. For us, we don't have a parliament-wide editor, so we just do it among ourselves all the way to the director, and then we publish the document. Conduct proofreading and number checks, and create a style sheet where you tick boxes in terms of what to include in that document and whether you have complied with the general aspect of that document or not. We're trying to do this by forming teams to drive specific processes of production of those documents. So in summary, strengthen the thematic policy focus, I said, look at the audience, speak to overall policy goals, strengthen analysis by building capacity, do not explain charts and tables, use annexures if possible, keep your writing conscious, crisp and focused, and develop a focused production process. I think I want to leave this. Now, and I'm sure my colleagues know this, once you are done with your analysis, right, and you want to produce a document, ask yourself this question. There's a phrase called grandma basic test. Before proceeding further, you need to take another reality check in your document. Suppose your grandma, who is intelligent but not very sophisticated politically, asks you about your work. You say you are a policy analyst working for whatever it is. She says, what's that? You explain that you've been working on problem X, on budget analysis and so on. She says, so what is the answer? You have only 1 minute to offer a coherent down-to-earth explanation before your eyes glaze over. If you feel yourself starting to hem and haw, you haven't really understood your own conclusion at a deep enough level to make sense to others. And probably you need to not to yourself, you need to go back and try to look at your work again. Sometimes you can do an analysis and yet perhaps yourself, you haven't understood clearly what you're saying. So try and apply this principle. You have 1 minute to talk about the budget of infrastructure or the problems facing Kenya. Macro problems facing Kenya, you have 1 minute to explain. If you can't explain it consciously, then you have to go back to the drawing board in terms of your understanding. Now, I put this because PBO Kenya seems to have some advantage, probably because of the way the PFM law is structured. So in terms of interaction with the media, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk about that, we don't go to the media to speak to them, but our documents speak for ourselves because we are allowed by law to provide this particular information given Section 10 of the PFM law, professional services on matters budget and finance, preparing reports, analysis of specific fiscal risks, conducting budget proposal and economic forecast, fostering relationship, and even more important, you are allowed actually to publish information to the public within 14 days after production. Right? And in doing all these things, we're also supposed to involve the public and consult in terms of that. So this gives us some advantage in terms of our ability to speak to the public in a more coherent manner than many of the PBOs. Now, I pull this document. This is one of the IMF, how how do you call it? Article 4. Who knows Article 4? The document containing Article 4 consultation with the authorities of each of the countries. You know it, right? The document produced by after the IMF discussions signed between each country and the IMF. So this is one of the paragraphs I picked. Huh? The structural benchmarks, you sit down and conduct missions in each country and then they write a report. I think PSI, but we call it Article 4 consultations in most of the countries. So this is the verdict about PBO Kenya. Of course, they say for 25, 26 and beyond, the authorities are centered around reducing debt vulnerabilities and achieving the newly approved debt anchor by 2029, while protecting high priority service delivery programs. In addition, I missed some words there. In addition, it will require strong monitoring, preferably by an independent institution, in bracket Fiscal Council, which will necessitate expanding the current function of the Parliamentary Budget Office and an operational framework with a well-defined escape clause wherever it is. Now, IMF has a database that tries to categorize fiscal councils in Africa. So I think based on the assessment, given the functions given in law above, probably they think PBO is a fiscal council. And I'm not sure whether I can be able to find, just allow me to share. Sorry. Share. So I want to open this. Yes, I'll be able to see. So this is a database. So the blue color indicates the presence of fiscal councils in the world. Now I want to narrow down to Africa. Yes. So this is Kenya. The PBO was formed in 2007. And according to the IMF, it seems to fit the criteria of a fiscal council. This is Uganda, 2001. Is that correct? Yes. It seems to form some criteria of the fiscal council. Then down south is South Africa in 2014. So I doubt if there's, yes. So there are only 3 countries in Africa that fit the criteria of a fiscal council based on the IMF 2021 database. So probably I think at the governing council level we might also try and engage them to see, because I think there are new innovations coming within the African region to just also, because some of this analysis is done because of lack of information and thereabout. I'm sure probably if the assessment is done now, you'll see, and I hope and pray that some of your officers also try and feature as part of the fiscal council. And to go back again. Yes. So that's it. And then lastly now, I don't know whether this video can play, just one session chair. I hope this plays out. I'm not sure. It can't play. Is there a way of playing it?
The Parliamentary Budget Office
is there a way of playing it? This is the last one, just to... I minimize?
IT?
Minimize this slider.
want to play this video. Is it possible? Playing the video.
With Kanzali plus Mchuzi, you get the perfect pot of flavor. Enjoy the Kathufu mix.
The Parliamentary Budget Office is now warning that the intended beneficiaries of the government's affordable housing program may be locked out, as over 70% of those targeted are classified as middle and low-income earners. The Parliamentary Budget Office finding that high-income earners were likely to benefit more, as 36% of funds set aside for the affordable housing project were earmarked for the construction of institutional housing programs. Warning that the intended beneficiaries of the government's affordable housing program may be locked out, as over 70% of those targeted are classified as middle and low-income earners. The Parliamentary Budget Office finding that high-income earners were likely to benefit more, as 36% of funds set aside for the affordable housing project were earmarked for the construction of institutional housing programs and projects which target individuals with a monthly income of above 149,000 shillings. Here's Chimtai Goin with that report.
The affordable housing program was billed as one aimed at uplifting Kenyans living in deplorable conditions and facilitating access to affordable homes and bridge the existing housing deficit of over 2 million units. It appears the plan may after all only favor the privileged. A financial and economic analysis of the Affordable Housing Bill 2023 by the Parliamentary Budget Office found that home ownership for those with a gross income of less than 50,000 shillings is low. Despite the government classifying beneficiaries into three, where 30% of the funds will be set aside for social housing targeting those with a monthly income of below 20,000 shillings, another 30% earmarked for affordable housing projects targeting persons with a monthly income of between 20,000 shillings and 149,000 shillings. The third, 36% set aside for institutional housing programs targeting those earning above 149,000 shillings. The Parliamentary Budget Office noted that while statistics have shown that despite the numbers of those formally and informally employed being huge, representing 74%, only 60% of the funds had been allocated to their categories of houses.
One example is somebody who is working as a bus driver and earning over 30,000 or 50,000, and yet there is a watchman who is formally formerly employed, earning 50,000 and is being levied, vis-a-vis that one who is, you know, all those issues were raised by the public, and I believe that we're going to look into all of them so that we also balance.
The research office also noted that there was lack of clarity on how the funds will be utilized under the Kenya Slum Upgrading Low-Cost Housing and Infrastructure Fund, especially since counties are part of the program, proposing that a framework for utilization of the funds be developed. During public participation, concerns were raised over whether the government may decide to utilize the proceeds from the housing levy for other purposes.
We had a law which was done through the finance bill, and which became an act.
So I can stop there. You can watch it later. So you know, you realize that we don't go to the media, right? But they pick some of these things and then, you know, it becomes part of the real news. But the danger with that, and I was speaking to my brother from Tanzania, that the timing is important. This, of course, was a flashy project of government of the day, and the saving clause was the information we gave was actually factual. Because I remember that night, there were about 74 calls. There were 74 phone calls that came in. But the beauty of being factual and trying to look at what you're writing is important. Please be factual. I can imagine if any of this information given was not the available evidence adduced in terms of our analysis, we would have gotten ourselves in big, big problems. So the media is good, it's good, but you need to be a bit careful in terms of what you put out there and the timing. Allow me to stop there, Chair, and I think allow my other colleagues to comment on it. Thank you.
I am going to seek your applause because the pre-current communicator has elucidated the necessity for an aversion to strenuous or arduous verbosity because it leads to unnecessary stupefaction or bewilderment. Or, as Grandma Bessie would say, let's keep it simple. Can we give a round of applause to Dr. Masinde? Yeah. I think that was really insightful and quite practical, and we all enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Now, can we turn to Ms. Sangwani Mseteka, all the way from Malawi, the Chief Budget Analyst, and she's going to either critique or support or add onto this presentation. Let's welcome her.
Okay, just a moment.
I think in the meantime, in the interest of time, I'm going to request that if you have any questions, please write them down and we can always pass it forward to the presenter, and that will also save us some time. So if you have any questions based on his presentation, you're welcome to write it down and pass it to the front.
Okay, yeah, I think that's sorted. Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm actually going to support Dr. Masinde's presentation. Well, okay, we're talking about communicating the products and services of PBO to stakeholders under thematic area, effective public communication and engagement for an informed citizenry. So I'm actually going to start where Dr. Masinde stopped, or where he also started, the media. I think we need to actually, as PBOs, the media can be our partner, yes, but the media is also problematic sometimes, okay? Let's say you've knocked off from work, you're home, and if you enjoy a glass of wine like I do, you're there minding your own, you know? And then you get a text from someone from the media house. I'm so from this media house, I need this information. And that's the text I got. Where they were saying what, I'm doing a story analyzing all the budgets that the current regime has built since it got into power. Already that's problematic. Why should PBO comment on that specifically, you know? That's already problematic. The story is focusing on development projects and others. I just want to get from you, to hear from you, have the budgets delivered results or not? And you're enjoying your glass of wine. And maybe you're also new, okay, you don't know if you're allowed to talk to the media or not. One can be tempted to go like, okay, yeah, no, this budget hasn't delivered. And already you're critiquing the entire regime. Next day you wake up in the newspapers, according to the budget office. But yeah, I'll just leave it there because I know the next session will specifically talk about the media engagements. But just to take you back a little, Dr. Masinde, and this actually goes specifically to the new PBOs, the young PBOs. Before we start talking about packaging our products, let's talk about who we are. As new PBOs, young PBOs, first and foremost, know who you are. Have a clear mandate. What's your mission? What's your vision? Your values. And then communicate your products. Like, okay, as PBO, this is what we're offering to members of parliament, to the public. Define those. That's very important. As new PBOs, you need to be visible. Take advantage of, okay, if you have websites in your parliaments. I'm saying if you have websites, like, it should be obvious, like, all parliaments should have a website. But in our case in Malawi, our website had been down for like some 5-6 years. We only got it back up last year. So if you have the search platforms, have PBO there. We negotiated, like, okay, because now we're already, of course, I can't say we're still a young office, no. It's been 5-6 years now. But still the buy-in from management, from parliament, from other internal stakeholders within parliament, the buy-in, they did not see the necessity to have PBO on that website mentioned. Now we're saying like, no, look at our colleagues in Kenya, look at our colleagues in Zambia. PBO is there, their products are there. So yeah, take advantage of such platforms, be visible. And another way to also communicate your products, okay, like telling the public out there what you have to offer. We have there a flyer, and this is something we're planning to take advantage of next year, specifically when the new parliament is coming in. We're having elections next year. So now we'll have essentially, you know, a new parliament. Take advantage of that. Print out these flyers. Talk to our partners if you don't have color printers. I'm saying that again because we don't. So talk to the partners. They could be able to, you know, support this. Have these flyers out there on the information desk. Be visible. Now, moving on to now how best to package our products. Already, Dr. Masinde has touched on this, so I will not belabor myself on this. But yeah, maybe just have an executive summary, have a clear structure, where organize the analysis into well-defined sections for someone to easily follow what's happening, have visual aids, infographics, simple language that was already been talked about, contextualize. This is very important. Explain the budget in such a way, like, okay, relate the information therein to real life. I'll talk more about it, I think, in the next slide. But highlight also key issues, talking about the header, the summary sentence that has already been talked about. Now let's look at the snippets from Malawi PBO project. Talking about having a clear structure of the report or whatever, or a presentation or a report, your products. What I have there is something I presented during a public hearing on the budget itself. And basically, we're telling a story. This is simple. It looks simple. It's easy to actually follow what's happening. We're talking about growth. That's simple enough. But tell a story, okay? What's happening, all those fluctuations, for a member of parliament to actually be informed also, like what was actually happening, even the public. Tell a story. So basically, we're linking this growth itself to the events that were happening in the country. Malawi is agro-based. So we're talking about, for example, in 2020, we were hit by COVID. That was the year now we grew at 0.8%. But put more context to it. What does that mean actually? What was actually happening, So yeah, we were hit by COVID, we were hit by drought, floods, ABCD. So you're telling a story. And at the same time, also to avoid having more words like in a slide, you can just have something as simple as this, but you're also linking this growth to the Malawi Vision 2063. That's the dotted line there. In that vision, what that vision says is for Malawi to become a middle-income country, it needs to grow for about, at a rate of about 6% for the next 10 years. So now we're linking that growth, we're telling a story, we're linking that growth to this target we set ourselves in our vision. And then we're also like informing the members, informing the public. But for your information, since 1961 to 2020, the only 10-year block in which Malawi was able to grow at 6% or more is the 1971-1980 block. That's a long time ago. We haven't been able to go back there. So you're telling a story. You've linked many things without necessarily having a lot of, words. The next part here, okay, talking about having a clear structure. This is a shot from one of our reports, just looking at the table of contents themselves. A member of parliament now can easily follow, okay, this is clear. We're talking about the underpinning assumptions, the general economic developments. Now talk about the fiscal performance of the previous year. And then now talk about the projections in the current budget. That's clear, that's easy to follow. Very important. Because I will not explain. It's the same idea. I'm telling a story, Be able to tell a story with one simple graph, two simple graphs, tell a story. And then another important thing, have an executive summary. Yeah? For members of parliament, for them to read all those bulky budget books, that's problematic, first of all. For them to be able to also read our reports, if we're being honest, Half of them don't actually read the entire report. But if you are able to pick issues from the report and come up with an executive summary, this is a paper we wrote on the economic and fiscal developments due to COVID-19 pandemic in Malawi. But just reading the executive summary, one is able to actually know what that report is talking about. And one is able to have enough information to go out there with. It's very important. Another important aspect, know your clients. Know your audience. This has already been talked about, yes. Know your audience, know your clients. This is an example of a report we once wrote, section 2.5, which was looking at the fiscal performance. Malawi's fiscal operations continue to depart from the 6 principles of prudent fiscal management as outlined in the Public Finance Management Act. That's a little harsh. And I had to present this to the Budget Committee. There are different members there, opposition, government. But no, wait. What are you saying? That's a little like, okay, know your clients. I'm moving on to the same point, but the same point, this underperformance, in the next sentence, this underperformance of revenues coupled with government's insatiable appetite for borrowing, we had problems there. How to package, what we're sending across. The members were there like, no, what do you mean insatiable? Like, that's a little, that's a little too harsh also. We had problems with this. Of course, we had to, repackage the same idea, but maybe like make it less harsh. So first, we removed the insatiable. Put high appetite. Okay, it sounds still harsh, but it's better than insatiable in so many ways. It passed the first time. This paper passed with high. The next report we wrote, and we also had high appetite. Yeah, no, but wait. The members were there like, but this appetite word, it's like we're just hungry to borrow. We had problems with that also. Since then, you can even have any one of our reports, search appetite. You will never find appetite since then. And that's actually talking like, know your audience, know your clients, because in a room like this, even the IMF talks about, appetite to borrow, ABCD. It's normal to us, but to them it sounds a little too harsh. So I know how to, send out the same message, but in a better way. Anyway, I think I would stop there. So thank you very much for your attention.
Could you give another round of applause to Ms. Sangwani? Thank you very much for that. Now, our second panelist is Mr. Aubrey Chikambwe, Senior Budget Analyst from the Zambia PBO. I'll kindly ask that you also keep it short and only items that may not have been captured. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my names, as you've heard, from Zambia. But before I start, I'll use my 5 minutes very effectively. I just wanted to, appreciate the formative fathers, Mr. Moses Bekibia. I don't know whether that is the way it's pronounced, Dr. Dumisani, Dr. Masinda here, Baba Kigundu, Mr. Haji, and others that sang like Simon Tambo from Zambia, that actually have contributed to the formation of these PBOs, and that has culminated into the formation of the network itself. We are learning from you a lot. Some of us are very new to PBOs. I've been working at Parliament for a long time, but very new to the PBO concept. But my brother definitely will come and tell me that a long journey starts with a step. And I agree with him. So very quickly, I will share something that my colleagues haven't touched on. I think we'll dwell on the how and the what. Definitely we'll start with the what, and that's an outline. I don't intend to read them one by one because I'll be talking to them after all. Just as a way of starting, I wanted to make mention that the PBO in Zambia was established in 2017 after, operating as a very, mean structure from about 2014 thereabout. So you can see that our establishment or our being there has actually been just about 5-6 years thereabout. And we are happy to mention that we are one of the PBOs that have an office that is outside Parliament. We are actually not housed within the Parliament building. We are actually outside Parliament. Perhaps that speaks to the fact that we are working towards our independence. In terms of analysis, we do quite a number of productions or the products. I thought before we could start talking about how we look at what we produce. And Zambia produces sector briefs. We are actually going into sector budget analysis for the first time. This has been a journey that we've taken for quite a long time as Zambia. But this year alone, for the past 2 years, for your information, we've been piloting the same. In the first year, we piloted by, doing sector budget analysis for 2 committees. Then the last year, we did sector budget analysis for 5 committees. And this year, the powers, or the speaker and the other leadership of Parliament says you have to fully roll it out. So we are going to do sector budget analysis for all 19 committees. Unfortunately, that will bring a challenge, but let's see when we get there. So we produce sector briefs, we produce money bills briefs on the national budget. We also produce annual reviews on the national development plans in force, even if we are indicating 8th, because that's the current one that we have. Then we have to produce briefs on the green paper relating to the medium-term budget plan. We produce quarterly economic briefs. We also do analysis of the annual borrowing plan. There are other productions that we do, like briefs on the performance reviews, the midterm performance reviews, the quarter reviews, and so forth. But I think these are the key ones. The other aspect I think that we delve in is analysis of the Auditor General's reports. So like other PBOs, our main focus is to provide services to the committee. But in doing that, we do work with stakeholders like the media, the executive, the CSOs, and other various think tanks. I'm happy to mention that in 2023, which was last year on 6th December, we signed an MOU with the CSOs, think tanks, and the academia. A number of them, about 16 of them, we signed an MOU with them on how we can collaborate in terms of information dissemination and so forth. So our presentation therefore as PBO Zambia will try and look at how we present the same. So I want to make mention that our PBO does publications, and all the publications are actually shared or posted on the website. Now, we try by all means that As my colleagues have already mentioned, we are concise and so forth, but whatever we produce, we have to deposit it so that at least it's accessible by the public, and our primary clients who are the members of parliament and others that may actually be considered end users. Now, the National Assembly of Zambia, or the PBO, is enjoying good relations with other stakeholders like the European Union. They are actually they've been supporting us for quite a long time. They are in their second phase in a project they are calling European Union Support to National Assembly of Zambia Project 2. They've been helping us in terms of, if anything, they contributed a lot even in the establishment of this department. And currently they are working on a system that we're going to use as PBO, which will work as a repository or a way to disseminate information out there on a real-time basis, where we actually involve even constituents offices in getting data from them in order for us to even track the budget and budget implementation. So this toolkit we work hand in hand with the ICT and the research department to actually see how probably we could use the same system. We also use other avenues to disseminate our information. Annual research fairs. Parliament has been doing this for quite some time now. I think PBO has participated in 2 so far, where various stakeholders are brought together and departments within Parliament, come together and showcase what they do to the public. So we bring in a lot of CSOs, a lot of stakeholders out there that are not within the Parliament system, just to make known to them, or rather to share with them how we actually do our work at Parliament. So through that, the PBO participates, is one of the key participants, where we share quite a number of products that we produce just to make it known, and this also helps in showing our visibility to stakeholders. PBO also tries to use the Parliament TV. We are very lucky as Zambia. We have a dedicated TV station. We also have a radio station. So these try by all means to market our products and package it in a way that will actually reduce any noise within it, or anything that would actually be political or questionable, because these are our own media guys that are trained, that understands what should go out there to the public. And so we make use of those very oftenly. Sometimes the director would actually be called upon, to actually be interviewed, or some of us perhaps to give messages forward about maybe a particular activity that we're about to undertake. Right now we're about to undertake a budget analysis, like I mentioned. Maybe one of us could actually go there, explain a few things to the public or to other stakeholders so that they know what is happening. Another avenue is the agriculture show. Just some few months ago, I participated in the agriculture show where we again had to showcase our products to the public, where the public would actually ask us various questions relating to our products. We would actually go there, even showcase our briefs, and probably explain 1 or 2 things on what they need to understand about the office and also about the products and services that we offer. The other one is media briefing. The same EU Support to National Assembly has actually been supporting us such that every year the Speaker of the National Assembly holds a media briefing, and through that media briefing we try by all means that we package certain information that goes through the Speaker, so as they disseminate something about PBO and its products. And this we do every year. And within the component of that briefing, we try by all means to, train the media and explain to them how to report about, the work of Parliament, the work of the PBO in this case, as our interest may be. Then the other part is definitely the parliamentary committees. In every sitting of a committee, if they are looking at a topic that relates to the budget or anything that is related to PFM, we are the first witness to actually set the tone. We are the first witness. We try by all means to unpack, even if it's a topical issue, we have to analyze it, unpack it before they meet other witnesses who will have actually set the tone with members of Parliament. Like I mentioned, we also signed an MOU with other think tanks, the media, the academia, and they try by all means to participate with us. Sometimes we are not, Director Kigundu said, we are not experts in everything, so we try to bring them in. Sometimes we've ever appeared before committees alongside certain other experts from, the civil society. I'm glad one of our MOU partners is here, which is Action Aid. They've been actually working hand in hand with us, sometimes in offering these products in a well-packaged manner so that we actually inform our members and prepare them adequately for whatever they are endeavoring to understand at that particular time. The other last part is I just wanted to include the fact that National Assembly of Zambia right now has an Institute of Parliamentary Studies, which was recently established, and PBO is one of the key trainers within this institute. We train members of Parliament when they are new. We orient them just to make them understand about all departments, yes, but specifically about the budget process, about the office of the PBO and what they produce. So basically, that is what would say as Zambia in a 2-cent, submission. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chilambwe. I think Zambia has been very well represented. Could you give them another round of applause? Now, that area has been covered. Effective public communication and engagement for an informed citizenry. If you still have any questions, if you have written them down, please send them forward. This is about listening to instructions. We asked you to write them down, and I think some questions came forward. So I will ask the doctor to please answer that question, and you can forward your questions to me so that they can be answered at this point. Thank you.
The first question that was posed was, when it comes to budgets, as analysts, what we see is not what is portrayed. How do we convey the reality to especially non-specialists? I think I earlier mentioned, one, it basically depends on the structure of the PBO you are in question. Some PBOs, you are allowed to provide critical and non-partisan information to members. So the best we can do, for us in Kenya, we basically just publish the information. We don't speak to the media. We try to build scenarios as much as possible. In some cases, actually, you do the worst case scenario, pessimistic scenario, the what if scenario, to provide basic alternatives for various policy options, as opposed to sticking to one particular option. You can say, in the event there are shocks, these are the implication to the economy. In the event we have a robust revenue growth, this is the implication. As opposed to perhaps sticking to one particular, idea. It helps you to run away, because you said we had built 3 scenarios. Why are you picking scenario 1 and not scenario 2? Of course, again, at the budget level, for us, convey this information. If you have the budget is available, you have the program-based budget books, among other things, and the indicators, and you know very well that there is insufficient resources in this area, I think you just say it. So to me, it basically depends how credible you are in terms of information you have been giving over time. How deep should we share the information? And again, I said it depends on your jurisdiction. Some PBOs perhaps, I'm not sure whether Zambia, whether it has changed. Initially, I think the IPBO, the Interim Budget Office, there was no brief that was supposed to go out without the approval of the Clerk of Parliament. Perhaps it's still the same. But for Kenyan PBO, the clerk probably just for information, I just send him the published document. So the clerk doesn't sign off our document in terms of publication. So that gives us the leeway to, provide the depth as we wish. So it depends on, you just need to judge based on the structure of PBO in those particular parliaments. Don't get yourself into a problem if you go ahead and publish information, yet the rules require you to seek the clerk's approval. I think that was it. I don't know whether my colleagues want to add something, but that's a general feeling in my view in terms of the information you give out depends on what you see based on the available existing structures.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Just to add or agree with you rather, I think it all depends on the structure. Like in our case in Malawi, we do not publish our analysis yet. We are hoping to become like Kenya PBO one day, but currently we do not. So what we do is we work with the budget committee. We work for the budget committee. So all our papers, actually, it's not even our analysis. They don't come out like according to the PBO. The PBO is of the view this ABCD. No, it's the budget committee has noted ABCD. So we write our papers, but for the budget committee. And the budget committee is the one which takes the papers out there. So yeah, it all depends on the structures in your respective parliaments. Thank you.
As for Zambia, I think it's similar to Sangwani's case, but we are able to publish that as long as it has been presented before the parliamentary budget. I don't know whether publishing you mean with other publishing companies, but if you meant putting it public, as long as it has been tabled before the committee, it becomes a public document and we can post it on the website for public consumption. Thank you. But as Dr. Masinde mentioned, we still have to, make it pass through the approval process until the clerk owns it. Sure. Thank you.
Well, I really must thank this panel and thank you for all the information you have shared. I know there are several people here who would still want to communicate or ask questions about communication. The good news I have for you is that even the next session is going to touch certain aspects of this communication. So for now, let us first thank this panel for all the information they've shared and the question that they have answered. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, the next session has a topic: maintaining cooperative relationships with media and the executive without compromising the independence of PBO, lessons, and best practices. Now, this session is expected to explore the best ways to deepen the development partnership of PBOs, the executive, the media, and other think tanks for information sharing without compromising their independence or their integrity. So allow me to invite Mr. Misael Fitzgerald Kateshi, Director, PBO Zambia. And our panel today, after this presentation, will be Mr. Mohamed Labaran from Nigeria and Ms. Sangwani Nzeteka again from Malawi. So, Mr. Misael Kateshi, you are most welcome. I don't know if you have any roots in Uganda because we have a name very similar to that one. You'll tell us, please.
Thanks, moderator, and I should admit that that's a question that I have to answer almost everywhere. That are you Ugandan? I think my shirt looks more like the one that the president wears, so I am one now. Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks, colleagues, for this opportunity to share a few thoughts on the topic that has been given to us. I hope I'm getting I can share my screen. Just wait. Okay, let's see whether to come up. Are we good? Let's see. Share. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Because my screen is there, my presentation is there. Okay. I'll do as Dr. Masinde did whilst the issues are being sorted out. Probably I want to start by saying this bit is not too technical. I think it's more on the friendly side on some of the things that we can be doing. And the topics that follow are quite similar. So a number of things that I may have said have already been mentioned. So I'll move a little bit quick and I'll just concentrate on some of the things. But I can start with one of the things which, even if it's not beamed, I can speak to. I think when we talk about relationships, and particularly two stakeholders that are mentioned there, the media and the executive, what comes in mind is probably what my brother from Zimbabwe did present on, the issue of accountability. We all fall within that accountability ecosystem. And it's an ecosystem because there are various players in there, sometimes performing roles that may be different. Oh, I got to where it is, huh? Okay. NPPO 2024 conference, and there's final here. Open. Voila. Okay. Where is it now? Okay. Interestingly, I'm trying to get it to move, but it's not. It's kind of stuck again. What has happened? Why isn't it moving? Yeah, it's there. Why isn't it moving? Where is the document? Where is it? There's so many open. Can you look for it from here? It was just at the beginning here. Now it's, I can get it on here. Because it will be, let me close this one. Then I go back to PowerPoint. This will be the one.
Because this laptop sometimes is problematic.
So is it the one? Yeah. Let's see.
Is it
okay, correct.
But is it moving? It's not moving.
It's not moving again. Here it is.
That's where the problem is.
Okay.
You could share from a different laptop.
Yeah. iPhone sometimes
okay, that you can take me back to admin.
Okay.
Take me back to admin, then I'll.
Okay, maybe let me continue with, because it will kind of summarize what I'm talking about. So I'm approaching it from the accountability ecosystems, because within there, we have so many players who have to contribute towards what we desire at the end of the day. So we have PBOs there, the legislature there. We've got all these other stakeholders. The media is there. The executive is there. So at the end of the day, despite us performing different roles, which sometimes can be antagonistic, contentious, but at the end of the day, we need to ensure that the system of holding each other accountable is working out. And another concept within the topic there talks about independence. I think it's important that we add context to the independence issue. Let's see if this, yeah. Mr. Chilambwe has managed to change the machines, and I think this one is much more friendlier. So this is what I talked about the ecosystem, and I quoted a statement by the Auditor General South Africa, who referred to this. I think the way they had put it talks very much to what I was talking about. So let me move to the issue of adding context to independence. Independence can be described in so many ways, but the topic points to operational independence. And from the presentation by Mr. Moses Wekavye, I hope I also get it right, yesterday, he did mention something that summarizes what the autonomy, operational autonomy of the office is, without necessarily having to tie it so much to resources or the other things. So he says the PBO should have the autonomy to determine their work within the limits of the mandates, and so there's the issue of operational autonomy that we're talking about here, so that we are more focused. But what is important is that regardless of the model of a PBO, and here we've already listened to presentation, whether it's a department under the general administration of the legislature, whether it's a unit or division within the Parliamentary Service Commission, the way it is in Kenya, or whether or not it's established by law, operational independence is paramount, regardless of the model. And our PBO in Zambia is one example, which is a department within the Office of the Clerk, and also is not established by any specific legislation. However, as you look at the relationship with the media, it is not unusual for a PBO to be secretariat to a budget committee, and our office is secretariat to the budget planning and budgeting committee. Now, being that it is a secretariat means that we have to comply with some of the provisions in the law that speak to the relationship between parliamentary work and the media, because it's prescribed, some of the relationships. For example, Article 8 and 9 of our Constitution specifically says the National Assembly or Parliamentary Committee shall not exclude the public or media from its sittings unless there are justifiable reasons for the exclusion and the Speaker informs the public why this should be so. So, being secretariat to the committee, we have to abide by some of these things. So already we have a relationship that is linked to provision of the law. But like has been already mentioned in the previous presentation, the media plays a key role in dissemination of PBO findings and, in the process, enhance public debate on the budget. Remember, whatever we do, ultimately, the impact that we should raise the quality of debate on the budget or on national matters. It's not for our own work or whatever, but should ultimately lead to something. And that one of it is enhancing public debate, including for members of parliament. In terms of the other issues, like Mr. Chikamba, I think, as Mr. Chilambo has mentioned, that we publish all our work on the parliamentary website. Most of the work that we are doing is upon request, and our office is working towards having a flagship publication on its own. Then another thing now, I did mention about being under the office of the clerk. Now, immediately you are like that, like in our case, you have to also abide by the institutional communication strategy that is in place. So you can't operate outside that because you are a department in the office of the clerk. So we have to abide by that. But fortunately, the Zambian Parliament has a full-fledged media department. We have TV and we have radio. So we already given space on that particular grouping. That department. So we are giving space on radio. We are given space on parliamentary television. Now, I think one key issue that is there is the need to strengthen the relationship between the PBO and the media. And we share a few thoughts, some of which we are implementing ourselves, because this is a platform to share practices and experiences. So like Mr. Chilambo mentioned, we normally have these engagements with the media, and the media, our parliamentary media department also engages other media houses, both private and the public media stations, to engage on some of our work. And also we are utilizing social media platforms also for this, but this is in conjunction with the Public Relations Department for the dissemination of some of the work that we do. And then, of course, we do any reports, like I was mentioned, on any area, and we also do this to publish them. But also we have media briefings. These are some of the ways in which you can enhance the relationship between the PBO and the media. Media briefings, and this is all media, public and private. Then we also engage in training of journalists on reporting, parliamentary reporting particularly, because it's of its own issue, the certain things that you want to bring out. However, I think one key issue to mention is the issue of risk. The engagement with the media, or the way you relate to the media, comes with its own risks. Without doubt, they have a wider reach. Even if the National Assembly of Zambia has its own radio, has its own television, private media has a greater reach and the other public media than ourselves. So we have to ride through them. However, even if you provided the media with all what you would describe as complete information, they will not pick everything that you put there. They pick what they feel is good for them. That's something you can't take away from them. We had a breakfast meeting which my colleague mentioned, the speaker was addressing the media. She mentioned all the good things about Parliament and what. And then there was a question outside, you know, the way we, after presentation, there was a question that was posed to her, which she answered. That was the headlines in the newspapers. Everything else was not even mentioned. So these are some of the risks that you have to, and they reserve the right to publish the way they want to. And in our current, I mean, that's how it goes. So the issue, the element, the risk of cherry-picking issues within what you give them, it's outside our control. So they can pick what they want. So this is the risk that we just want to highlight. So these things happen as you relate with the media. Connected to this is public participation. Briefly, my colleague did mention, but I think that this one also we want to highlight that the Constitution is very instructive on this one, in that it provides that the National Assembly shall facilitate public involvement in the legislative process. This is a constitutional provision, so we can't run away from that. And then the Constitution also provides, further requires that specific legislation also have to do this. So when the National Planning and Budgeting Act was being enacted, it also states in there, requires for public participation in the national planning formulation of medium-term budget plans. So that is another requirement. So this we have to abide. So this is some of the things that enhance public participation. My colleague did also mention as one of the ways which we have proactively taken to enhance public participation is through the MOU that we signed. Interestingly, this time, I don't know how, whether you also have it, we had a consortium of external stakeholders who came together and we signed. And that consortium includes the academia, research institutions, other think tanks and professional bodies like the Body for Accountants. They came together and they agreed on how they would do it, and they signed. They chose one of them to be officially representing them. So it's a very unique setting, so we are also seeing how it will work going forward. So we have a consortium of non-state actors that have signed an MOU with the Assembly. So we see now. So the only challenge we had was that when we facilitated that as an office, but because we are a department within the office of the clerk, we could not ourselves sign that memorandum. It's you know, by government the setup, it's the National Assembly itself that has to sign a memorandum with any stakeholder. So that's the only legal challenge we had. But even if that was the case, we are still the key player in that. But the office has also allowed that, the National Assembly itself has also allowed that to run a social accountability desk. My colleague did mention Action Aid, who are with us here. We did establish this desk with them, but it has led us again to network with other stakeholders beyond Action Aid. Then let me quickly touch on the relationship between Parliament and the Executive, and I think the starting point, just like the others, is looking at what the law provides. The law allows Parliament to approve the budget estimates. That's its role. Passing the Appropriation Act, providing oversight. These are laws that are specified by Parliament. But we also need to appreciate that the law also gives the executive certain powers and the mandates. They are the ones who formulate the budget. They are the ones that implement the budget. And they are the ones that have to prepare end-of-year reports on the budget execution. So these are given. So within that ecosystem, like I mentioned, we have to appreciate those statutory given roles that we have to play. As we interact, we have to give respect to what each of those, because that's where conflict sometimes arises. So the ideal situation is for access to information to be guaranteed in the legislation. That is for the PBO, when we want information from the executive. But like I mentioned, we are not established by any specific law, so we do not have that power. However, because we are the secretariat to the Planning and Budgeting Committee, we ride on the powers that the committee has. The committee has the power to call for any document. So that's what we are riding on. But for colleagues or for parliaments where this may not be an issue, may not be the case, where the PBO provides secretarial services to a committee and you can ride on the powers that it has, then that can be a challenge. So in our case, this is how we are going around the issue of accessing information. Then, like I mentioned, the MOU that we had, a similar MOUs, we are actually working on them with a number of relevant agencies within the executive that we can be working on. And one of them, some of them include the Revenue Authority, the Bureau for Statistics, we go into Zamstats in our case, the Central Bank. So these are some of the institutions that we are currently working with so that we can be getting information as and when we require it for our work. Yeah. But there are also other practices within the parliament that have kind of necessitated that we have a healthy relationship with the executive. One of them is what my colleague mentioned, the beginning of referring budget proposal for detailed scrutiny by portfolio committees. That requires a good relationship between PBO and relevant branches of, units within the executive. Then we also play another role. It was mentioned that we do analyze the implementation of the National Development Plan. So annually, a report is presented by the executive. Now, this is work that is quite bulky to do. Analyzing the implementation of a development and can take you a long, long time. So a good relationship with relevant ministries, other agencies becomes key, because you can simply zero in to that relevant ministry and pick out what you want, instead of looking at the whole implementation plan. It's a very bulky document, which you can't do in a short time. But what we've observed in the few years that we've been doing this work is, again, the need to have a very, very healthy relationship between PBO and ministries. That is units within the executive branch. This is because we need to, it's easier that way to authenticate some of the reported results. Because this is one area where we've noticed, I think when Director Chigudu did some work with us, I think these are some of the things that he even highlighted to the members. It's easy to just punch in anything on outputs. You know, output-based budgeting, huh? Because, members of the colleagues within the executive, they take it that Parliament will not have time to scrutinize this. So they can punch in anything. It's only when you have that detailed eye that you can question some of these things. So, but a relationship becomes critical in that you can engage at any time with a relevant ministry. But what we've also observed is that sector committees in Parliament also should be supportive of some of this work, in that conducting periodic reviews, either implementation of the budget, this is in-year reporting, and also end-of-year reporting, like in the case of the budget plan. If it forms part of their annual work plan, this enhances the need to have this relationship. Yeah. So probably I caught something that was under the relationship that was given by Lisa von Trop. These were authorities at one time, and they are still on PBOs, and Joachim Werner, who I quote, on a positive note, however, the experiences of countries with more long-standing institutions demonstrate that if they do not always agree, even if they do not always agree, independent fiscal institutions, which PBOs are viewed in the longer term as important partners for Ministry of Finances and the legislative budget committees in promoting credible fiscal policies. So this is what I meant. This relationship ultimately needs to lead to a common goal. And in our case, we want to see an effective budget that that guarantees you the desired budgetary outcomes, aggregate fiscal disciplines, these things that we talk about, strategic allocation of resources, efficient service delivery, and I also add another dimension, which is equity, because now the talk is about inclusive development. Then why the relationship again with the executive is important is when we are being assessed on the weakness or strengths of our PFM systems, using approaches like the PIFA framework, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, or the International Budget Partnership Open Budget Index. The questions that come also touch on the legislature. So there's that common goal that if we want to improve our rankings or the result of the assessment, then we are forced to work together. Otherwise, our countries suffer. So like currently, our office is actively working with the executive, the Minister of Finance itself, in this case, to improve the next Open Budget Index ranking of Zambia in the next assessment after 2023. We are already actively working. We've identified areas that the legislature and the PBO should work on in order to improve this, the ranking. So that already talks to why we need a healthy relationship with the executive. So currently, like I said, we want to improve our standing. The 2023 results, this is how we fared. Public participation in our budget was at 26 out of 100, very poor. Budget oversight was good at 50 out of 100. Budget transparency was also not very good at 34 out of 100. So in order to improve these scores, we are working together with the Ministry of Finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kateshi. In Uganda, we would call you Katesh. It's just one of the shorter forms of one of the names that we have here. So if anybody refers to you as Katesh, it is not to distort your name. So thank you very much. Could we also now have Mr. Mohamed Labaran, Acting Director of Budget from Nigeria. I hope you'll be able to add on in less than 5 minutes. Okay.
I think in Nigeria, we are having a similar issue with Zambia because currently the PBO, or the agency that serves as PBO to us, is NABRO, which we call the National Assembly Budget and Research Office. And currently it operates as a department because there's no any law establishing it. Unlike the Zambia, I've not heard where you said whether there's a law in process. In our own case, there's a bill in process to establish it, and as soon as the bill is passed, it will make it strong and this thing. So in the National Assembly, we have committees on media and public affairs, for House of Reps and the Senate, while in the management we have a full-fledged public affairs department. But like I said, NAPRO operates as a department administratively, but technically it serves the two chambers of the National Assembly. In the House of Reps, we have a committee, that is the Legislative Budget and Research Committee, and then in the Senate, we have the Department of Appropriation. So NABRO, passes all its reports and it's through these two committees. That is, the committees now will forward this for the consumption of the leadership, that is the Senate President and the House of Reps. So NABRO actually does not deal with press. So any report generated, is routed through the House of Reps and Senate committee, like I said. So, but NABRO, is designed as an independent, institution or independent office with a full-fledged media and communication units. That is after establishment. Yeah, sure. So, what I will add here again is, to make PBOs, very strong, I think I will suggest that there's need for structured communication channels, also MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding, defining or outlining terms of collaboration with outsiders, and there's need for joint research and analytical work, in collaboration with think tanks and other institutions. Also, there's need for training and capacity building, like you mentioned, training the executive, the media, to enhance their capacity to understand better, PBO's mandates and encourage respect for, objectivity of the PBOs. Also, there's need for public consultation and hearings, regular periodic public consultation and hearings, and also to codify the independence of the, PBOs, like we said, to have a legal framework that guarantees its independence and also make it strong to remain impartial and protected from undue influence is very, very important. Also, there's need for peer group mechanism. That is, we set up a peer group involving other PBOs and independent bodies to ensure integrity and shared analysis and information. This creates system checks, and the PBO's independence. And there's also need for periodic public reports and briefings. That is to regularly, pass reports on budget analysis, fiscal policy, and government performance, to inform other parties, equally. I think that's the short decision I can make. I think have I exhausted my time? I still have 4 minutes.
You have left me speechless. But thank you very much. Now, that actually allows for more time for interaction from the plenary. I don't know if this differs from what happens in the different countries. For this one, I will allow maybe 2 persons to contribute before we can go into our final session for the day. Since I have no hands up, I think okay, 1 person there. Yes, please.
Chair, and good afternoon to yourself. It's Advocate Beja from the Eastern Cape, South Africa. 2 questions, Chair. One ties with the question from the previous session. I like the point, I like the presentation from Zambia. I think it was clear on the relationship and how they engage the members of the public. But I wanted, on the last slide, the speaker reflected on the stats and where they are in as far as public participation is concerned. So I wanted to check, because as South Africa, the legislative sector, we have been battling with litigation in as far as our public participation processes in lawmaking. Our courts had pronounced that they would not tell us how to do public participation in our lawmaking processes. And the appropriation bill and the money bills are a lawmaking process. And what they've said is, whatever we do, that participation must be meaningful to the people, to that the members of the public in general. So my question is, to yourselves and to the previous presenters, what mechanisms should we be utilizing to improve public participation? And in your own setup, what would constitute meaningful public engagement, especially in an era where the legislative sector is facing a trust deficit, a decline in how the public views us? So what mechanisms would you suggest, and what would you define as meaningful public engagement? And as you respond to that, the other question that I have is in relation to the public participation process during the consideration of the money bills. One of the speakers said that there must be pre-engagement with members of the public before the actual consideration of the budget. You take that as well as the time frame stipulated in law. In our case, it's the Public Finance Management Act, that stipulates by when should the legislature pass the budget, the appropriation bill. So how much time should we then be spending, and how do we get around the time frames that are outlined in law as far as the period for the consideration of the appropriation bill? You'll pardon me, Chair, because I didn't have a chance in the last round. You didn't see the hands this side. Also, for legislatures or for countries that are rural in nature, that don't have access to data or technological means, like our case, if when you respond to the mechanisms, you could also touch on how do you reach ordinary people at the grassroots level, the most rural parts of your country, people who would not have access to data. Data is expensive. I think we all know that. We all know that in Africa, and most of our people are not technologically advanced. So as you respond to that, if you could also touch on that. Then the last one is around what I picked up in your presentation regarding the importance of the relationship with the sector or portfolio committees. I wanted to just clarity. In our case, the budget committee, when it considers the money bills or the appropriation bill, they would have a session where they invite the portfolio committee chairs who would have considered the different votes, the different sectors, to come and present what they would have picked up during their consideration. So I just want to check your relationship, the relationship that you flagged as important between the PBO, the budget committee, and the sector or the portfolio committees. What is the nature of that relationship? And is it similar as in our case? Do they get an opportunity to present themselves before the budget committee on issues that they would have picked up during the consideration of their individual votes or sectors, as you put it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think before you delve too deeply into that, could I also ask that we reserve some of your first question, the bit on public participation, because the next topic that we have is specifically on public participation. So the panel may answer the other parts of it.
Thanks very much. And indeed, as guided, there's a topic, but I will touch on some of it because, maybe we can save some time.
Now, I would actually like to hope that the next presenters would take that question into consideration and factor it in. That would be the start, perhaps, of your presentation on public participation.
Yeah, but you are absolutely right. The law just says facilitate public participation. Now, public participation is not really defined. What exactly is it? And then, interestingly, the law also requires the legislature to, and I think it's the same with most legislatures here, under whom we work, that Parliament, determines its own procedure. So again, we have that that provision that we determine our own procedure, but at the same time, you have to ensure that you facilitate public participation, which is also not well, it's not really defined. So you have issues when you do something, then one of the stakeholders would definitely take an issue that they were denied, participation in this law, in this what. So it all happened. But the question is, what mechanisms can you utilize? So the one which we are riding on right now, and I think it's giving us some feedback, is having these MOUs with these stakeholders, because they provide useful insights. We had, after changing the standing orders recently to provide for the referring of budget estimates to stakeholders, we have had certain interactions like this, and they really came out, including members of the executive, interestingly, who have expressed reservation on some of the things that we've put there. And about a few weeks ago, I had the privilege of having the delegation of the PBO Uganda visiting Zambia. And when we went to the Treasury, and I don't know whether because of his height, Julius, the Treasury guys picked on him, trying to justify some of the queries that they've raised with our Parliament, getting them from Julius. And he gave an answer that gave them encouragement, and we are in trouble again from what he answered, unfortunately. But that's besides the point. But the mechanisms, one of them is having these MOUs. But even at those engagements, the trainings, the briefings, the breakfast meetings that he talked about, the Q&A session also brings out important issues, because therein you encourage the media or any other stakeholders to give out their views on how they would want certain things happening. But I think I'll be ready, I think, to answer more questions as we go to the next topic, just in case I may not deal with that. But then the other question was related to that. There's the issue of pre-engagements is also interesting, because this is something that, although a requirement particularly in budget formulation, the timings are quite a challenge. A challenge, I should admit, as well. For us, it's even complicated because our parliamentary calendar ends somewhere end of July. Now, at that time, that's when most consultations on the budget are actually happening. But then Parliament would be moving towards ending its year and beginning another year and a calendar to consider the budget. So that's an area that has been a challenge in our experience. So engagements, pre-budget engagements to some extent are affected, but this is something now that we have to work on because it touches on the parliamentary calendar, and it's a whole process to realign it. So this is one of our challenges. So the only opportunity that we have is post-event, when the budget is presented. So that's the only window now that we can effectively utilize. You asked on the relationship between, we have exactly the same arrangement. The sector budget committees prepare the reports and submit to the what we call expanded planning and budgeting committee. So what goes to the House is one consolidated report, exactly like in your case. Yeah, it's got its own issues depending on some members have raised what, but that's exactly the arrangement we have within ourselves. So the sector committees conduct their own hearings, meet their witnesses, they prepare a report, submit to the expanded planning and budgeting committee, which consolidates and then submits to the House. But to ensure that we do not lose the voice of the committees, the reports are attached to the consolidated report. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Could we give a round of applause to our presenter today, Mr. Misael Fitzgerald Katesh, as well as Mr. Mohammed Labaran from Nigeria. Thank you very much for your input. And this conversation is continuing straight into the next session, so we can allow you to step off now. Thank you so much. Now we are getting ready for our final session for the day. But before we do, I think you have been seated for quite a while. So allow me to invite Pesh to please come and wake you up. And in the meantime, I shall also invite Dr. Mariam Maraf Yakubu, the Acting Director of Research from Nigeria, to come and get your equipment set up so that we can start the next session, which is increasing public participation in the budget process, methodologies and challenges, exploring the advantages of ICT. So Pesh, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request that we stand up and then push the chair forward and stand behind your chair. Let's see how many people have taken 2 bottles of water this afternoon. 2 bottles of water, 1 bottle of water, half bottle of water, 0 bottles of water, and those who have not thought about it, okay, let's think about it tomorrow. Let's get our legs apart, and then stretch the arms forward, both arms. Then turn to your left. Turn swiftly. Okay, then bring both arms forward. Then turn to the right. Gently, gently, as far as you can, try to look backwards. Good job. Let's raise the arms up and then lean backwards. Not too far, don't fall backwards. Let's keep it upright. Okay, stretch forward again. Now go down and touch your toes. If you can reach, try and touch your toes. Let's keep it upright. Upright. Okay, legs together. Just put one arm here at the waist. Raise your leg like this. If you're not able to balance, let the chair support you. Just hold your chair. And then stretch the leg. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good job. Let's change the leg. If you're not able to balance, utilize the chair. We go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The last one. Let's hold the arms like this. Lock the arms, elbows facing out, and then turn to the side. Try to stretch your chest. Let's bring it forward. Then turn to the other side. Bring it forward. Okay, let's breathe in, breathe in. Breathe out. One more time, take a deep breath. Breathe in. Out. That's enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patience. I know this is strenuous for some of you. If you would like to have a cup of tea or coffee, you're welcome to pick it and bring it back into this plenary hall. Otherwise, we are going to continue for the next 20 or 30 minutes and complete this session, and then you can be released for the day. In the meantime, allow me to remind all our delegates once again that if you would like to arrange for your transportation back to the airport on the last day, we have got a desk that is confirming your times for departure, and they shall be able to advise you about the time that we shall have transport ready to take you to the airport. So before you leave today, we'll ask that you approach the desk in the corner and give them information about your flight so that they can arrange transportation for you to the airport. Thank you.
Good evening, my colleagues. All protocol observed, because there is no time, and then we are all tired and we are all feeling sleepy because we are fed so well and so much. So, my name is Dr. Mariam Aruf Yakubu from National Assembly Budget and Research Office, Nigeria. The topic of my discussion or presentation is increasing public participation in the budget process, methodologies and challenges, and then exploring the advantages of the ICT. So I have some presentation outline whereby I will touch a little bit on the following subheadings: budget process, public participation in the budget process, why we need to increase public participation in the budget process is a question. Then elements of effective budget process, and then the traditional mediums of budget participation, I mean the public participation, and then putting the inputs in the budget process. That is the inputs whereby public participate and then bring out their needs and their wants, their needs, what they consider as priority to their locality and community. Then there is like one example of the recent intervention regarding the public participation in the budget process. Then we have the fiscal openness accelerator. The methodologies for increasing public participation in the budget process, leveraging on the advantages of the ICT. Then followed by challenges using the ICT in increasing public participation in the budget process. Then maybe a line or two of conclusion. Budget process is referred to a cycle of activities that occurs annually for any government of the federation of any country, which is planning. That is, the cycle means planning, preparation, approval, implementation, evaluation, approval, and then the expenditure of the government. The process ensures effective allocation of scarce resources and promotes transparency and accountability in government spending. That is government's budget, which is meant for the public. Public participation in the budget process entails the involvement of the public, that is the citizen, the civil societies, NGOs, and the stakeholders in the budget preparations, approving, and monitoring the budget. Then public participation involves sharing information, participatory budgeting, consultation, transparency, and accountability. Where the public is involved in the budget process, the public feels they own the budget because their needs are being taken care of. So any government budget should involve the consultation, participation to like the need assessment of the society. Then why do we need to increase the public participation in the budget process? Why? This is in order to make sure that there is transparency, the government is transparent, whatever it intends to budget for the people are part of it, they share their concerns, they show areas whereby they need either urgent or more important. Then accountability. So if the government is able to budget a particular amount, say for borehole or for hospital, then they will be sure that they follow the budget implementation and make sure at the end of the time, if it is 1 year program, whatever fund is budgeted for that year, they will be tracking it to make sure that yes, whatever is written or approved by the legislature is sure spent on the work. Then inclusivity. They feel included, they feel they belong, and their needs are being taken care of. Then the participatory budgeting means they participated in the budget. They make sure that they bring out what they want, as I said earlier, and then they were taken care of. Then the citizens' engagement. When citizens are engaged in subjects that concerns them, especially when it comes to money, they feel they are like covered, that what is important to them is also important to the government, especially government of parliamentary nowadays, that the executive and the parliament are being elected by the people. And then when they were going around the country, normally for campaign, they normally have this blueprint whereby they make promises for the society, the citizens. So they want to see it really being done. And then they are engaged also. Again, public access to information is important because they cannot participate without having information regarding what they are participating in. So if they don't have the information, they cannot really put any input or much input towards their priorities. Then the feedback mechanism. Feedback mechanism here entails that whatever they put, their input during the budget process, their input, have they been taken care of? So they need to get a feedback that yes, what they advise or what they suggest or what they really want or need are being taken care of. The representation. In any society, especially in our locality, some people are selected within the communities, like local governments or what do you call it? They select people that they feel they are safe with, that can represent them when it comes to the meeting with either legislator or the ministers or the ministries, whenever they have this interaction during the budget process. Then collaborative budgeting. Collaboration is when all people sit down, discuss their concerns, and then their concerns are being taken care of. And then they collaborate to achieve the maximum benefit for the populace. Then the empowerment, populace, feel they are empowered. They feel so important because they contributed to what happens during the budget process. Public participation in the budget process must be handled in good manner that contributes positively and effectively to the budgeting process. Meaning, the citizens shouldn't be challenging when they are having meeting or they are discussing. They shouldn't be challenging the executive or the legislature. They should always bring out their concerns, write them down, be realistic, and then be sensible so that there won't be any problem or waste of time. Their concerns will be taken care of as they know. What are the elements of effective budgeting process? There must be representation, inclusivity, openness, citizenship, that means citizens' ownership, and then guaranteed funding. When they are sure that what they want, the fund will be provided for it, they will be happy. And the government will surely be legitimate. Then there should be always equity and equality during the budget process, and then the outcome of the budget at the end of the year. The traditional mediums for public participation / inputs in the budget process. This includes public hearing, survey, pre-budget consultations, town hall meetings, focus groups, traditional and social media, and community engagements. Public hearings are normally done in the legislature, whereby the legislature invite the public and the shareholders, especially the civil society. In Nigeria, we have a lot of civil societies that are really interested in making input, very active towards the benefits of the society. Especially during budget and other times. Then the survey, the executive or the ministries, that is MDAs, that is ministries, departments, and extra-ministerial agencies. They sometimes survey the society, meaning they go to the constituencies, discuss, arrange meetings, discuss with the citizens or their subjects, and then they discuss and then discover what are really important to them at that time, material time, what they really want, and then so that it will be included in the budget. That is also pre-budget consultations, the same thing. Focus group, there are some groups that are really interested in budgets and other programs of government, policies that they normally follow up to date from the start middle, and to the end, making sure that what government said will do, they are doing it. Then the traditional and social media. There was a time they suggested that there should be some portals, electronic portals, whereby citizens will be engaged, citizens will communicate with their concerns, and then they can get feedback, and then if there is any petition or complaint they have, they can communicate to the authority. That is also part of the community engagement. There are some interventions, especially recently, towards enhancing budget participation, public participation in the budget process. This is Fiscal Openness Accelerator 2020. This is done by a global initiative for fiscal transparency that is called GIFT, and the International Budget Partnership, IBP. It is a collaborative approach to advance public participation in the budget cycle of the African countries, namely Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, Benin, and South Africa. The purpose, or the main purpose for this collaboration, is to enhance openness and responsiveness of the national budget towards the people. Fiscal openness objectives. The objectives here is to make sure that the policies government formulate are really being, what will I say? To ensure that the policies people are being inclusive and based on needs assessment for the national growth and development after participation of key shareholders and the stakeholders and the legislative oversight. Take available processes, systems, and structures for public participation. Ensure citizens' participation, monitoring and evaluation of programs, and use of e-budget implementation and tracking portal, as I said earlier. To ensure citizens understand and are involved in the budget planning and the preparation, as I said earlier. Fiscal openness continued. Sorry, I would like to take some water. So we continue, sorry for the interruption. Public participation format. As I said, a pre-budget consultation, collection of information, feedback, and through digital mechanism, which takes a format of strategic sessions with the participation of relevant stakeholders in the consultation with different stakeholders like civil society, women, children, and people with disability. This particular collaboration, that is FOA, is being coordinated before by the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, while nowadays it is the Ministry of National Budget and National Planning. Methodologies for increasing public participation in the budget process, leveraging on the ICT. These are platforms created like for e-participations, create online platforms. Citizens provide, as I said earlier, input, suggestions, and feedback on the budget proposal. Then the social media also is another media for leveraging the ICT, whereby social media is used to raise awareness and share budget information and encourage citizens to participate in the budget process. Then there are methodologies for increasing public participation in the budget process, leveraging on this ICT too. Online budget simulators are used, Also, mobile applications are proposed and sometimes are used because, some interested citizens, group themselves, whereby they create like a group of WhatsApp, Facebook, sometimes and then participate, meaning exchange information, collect information, share information, have meetings, decide on what they want, what they have contributed, the impact. Has it been effective? Has the government, utilized their suggestions and their needs? Are they being taken care of? So they can use this also. And then webinars and online forums, as I said, is almost the same with what I mentioned. And then open data initiative also. This make budget data available and open and accessible for formats to facilitate analysis and feedback, saying the same thing. Then crowdsourcing, online platforms, as I mentioned, still the same, they are all similar. And then e-petition. I think I mentioned about e-petition too. A time that when the public or citizens feel that they are not being taken care of, their priorities are not being considered during the budget. Then after the budget, then probably towards the end of the year, when another cycle of budget process starts, they can be able to write petitions through whereby this can reach like the legislature, it could reach the Ministry of Budget, National Budget and Planning, and then it could also reach the Ministry of Finance and all the concerned agencies towards the budget. And then there are some collaboration tools utilized online too within the stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier. Digital literacy programs to implement programs to enhance citizens' digital literacy and capacity to participate in the budget. As I said earlier, if the citizens are not, literate about the budget process, they won't even know how to participate. They won't know what to do. But when they are literate and they are enlightened, they know what they want, then they will participate better during the budget process. So even the ICT advantages, they still have disadvantages in the budget process. This is to say that there is digital divide, whereby there are inequalities. Some, like local people in the locality, they may not have electricity, they may not have their telephone that has the facility in it to be able to access the information. Even if the government has portals to provide the information, they may not have the ability or the, the power to have the device or the electricity to connect. Then there is this low penetration of access in the rural areas, almost the same thing. Then there is this social and cultural, socio-economic, cultural and socio-economic factors. And then there is limited ICT literacy, which is almost the same again, because people might even have the phone, children, when you are aged and then your children grow up, they are working, and then in the public, probably they will buy you a big telephone. You have the telephone, but you don't have the literacy to utilize even the telephone. What you do normally with telephone, some people cannot even answer or write text messages when they still have the big telephone they are holding. Then the government's capacity. Government has limited resources, and they don't always, encourage or train the local people to learn how to operate the ICT. That is enable participation. Then there is also constraints on the infrastructure, inadequate servers, the same thing. And then institutional barriers. Most policies of government are not clear. They are not clearly, explained or enlighten people to know what the particular policy means and then how to access it or to adapt it. And then there is mechanism of feedback. When there is no channel to get the feedback, during the budget process, they participated, they contributed, but at the end of the day, there is no way they can find out whether things are done as they advise. The only thing is that probably they have to physically go to the places, if it is a hospital or it's a school, and then they can go to find out if they have done it or if there is progress on the project. And then inclusive engagement. Ensuring public and participation of the marginalized group, women and persons with disabilities. So to engage them too is important. So in conclusion, I think the budget process is a fundamental aspect of governance, reflecting the priorities of people's objectives and strategic objectives of the government. Public participation in the budget process is essential for ensuring that the budget reflects the needs and preferences of the population. Public participation can foster greater transparency, accountability, and trust. You see, a government can decide to just go ahead. Sometimes government don't even want people to know what is going on. But if they do, it will be of their advantage because public will trust them. They will believe that, yes, their contribution is important and is being taken care of. So they will start trusting the government because they have done what they promised to do to them. And then it also explores, this particular paper also explores the methodologies and challenges associated with the increasing public participation in the budget process, with a particular focus on the advantages and challenges of the ICT. Thank you.
Could you give a round of applause to Dr. Mariam? Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite the panelists to also come and take seats at the front. Njie Nafisato, I hope that is how it's pronounced. It's not an easy one. Mr. Abdifetah Osman and Mr. Sam Mwekwatse. Could I invite you all to come and take seats next to our main presenter? And you may choose whether to make your comments from there or if you'd like to use this podium for your comments.
Your name sounds like
Hausa. Like Hausa. My mom is Hausa. Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible enough. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Mariam, for that brilliant presentation. So when it comes to public participation, historically, I'm not sure if in your countries, how engaged your PBOs are with civil society organizations and the citizens, but the more you scrutinize the budget, you realize that the budget generally addresses ministries, departments, and agencies' needs rather than the citizens. And this is something that happens in our country. So we've realized that involving citizens in the budget makes sure that funds meet different needs and supports fair development.
and builds trust within the government. Now, during budget formulation, the executive, once they're done with the budget, they upload the budget on their website. And they also embark on consultations around the region. Now, this is something that the PBO wants to start within the parliament, because our members of parliament basically do not have any engagement when it comes to budget participation with the citizens. So when we went to the 5th conference in Zimbabwe, that's when I realized that it was a necessity, because I had learned it from them. And ever since then, I've been trying to make sure that we also embark on that. And hopefully by next year, our MPs will start going on town hall meetings where they can engage with citizens to get first-hand information, and also get sector challenges. Now, like I said before, because the budget addresses ministries' needs instead of citizens, you'll realize that allocations are specifically made to them. And when you go on tours, you'll realize the citizens are talking about, this hasn't been addressed, we're having issues in these areas. And then you're wondering, so much money has been pumped into the economy, but what has it really addressed? Because most of it is just going to procurement, goods and services, and not really development. So when it comes to opportunities that we have with ICT, when we produce fiscal reports, we try to simplify them in a way that the public can understand. And civil society organizations are also able to also extract these files and further simplify them using infographics, like Dr. Kikundu had said. And we also have, our media has, we have a specified date, which is Tuesdays. We go on the radio and we have an hour engagement with the citizens. We do it in various languages. It's an opportunity for them to express their concerns, to ask us about the budget, to ask us about different figures, because even technocrats within the government don't understand the budget. So how do you expect citizens to understand this? So we go further using our local language to explain it to them so they can better understand, and also see how they can include themselves in the budget. Now, we should also consider utilizing online surveys, and also maybe custom-built digital platforms to gather a more diverse input of citizens. We're not there yet when it comes to data analytics, but I think data analytics tools can help analyze public feedback more efficiently. I had a conversation with one of my colleagues, and he was telling me how Kenya effectively uses technology to include their citizens in their budget. And also more advanced PBOs in the Western world, they use algorithms to get information. So they don't necessarily have to go into the regions and get information. This is something that we can all employ and maybe start doing in our PBOs, maybe not now, but in a couple of years. Like Dr. Mariam said, digital literacy is a general problem in Africa. Some countries obviously are ahead, some of us are behind, but although ICT is very important, we also have to understand our continent's dynamic. There are marginalized groups that are going to be left behind because some of them don't have internet. There's a language barrier. So how do you include those people in budget participation, right? And that's going to take us back to using traditional methods to include them. So although we want to use ICT to improve citizens in budget participation, we also have to use the traditional methods where MPs, along with technocrats, can go into the regions and get first-hand information. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, our presenter, for ably and exhaustively covering this topic of public participation. I wanted to project something small, but I think it's not coming through. Maybe ICT could help. But like I said, our presenter has exhaustively tackled the topic of public participation. I wanted to bring you to the context of Uganda, how we engage our public in the budget process. Maybe to note that the budget process is a year-long activity, but I want to point exactly to when we pass the budget and where the legislature is involved in the budget. So for the case of Uganda, the first point of contact with the public in the budget process is at the committee's consideration of the budget process. At the committees, maybe I should note that in Uganda, public participation in the budget is not as robust as it is in our neighboring countries. We involve the public when the committees, sectoral committees, are considering. Oh, it's not working. It can work here. Zoom. It's this one. I think I do it 5. Yeah, thank you so much. The committees, when they are considering the budget framework paper and the ministerial policy statement, they give an opportunity to whoever is interested in the budget of any sector to appear before the committees. The civil society organization, even an individual, you can apply to come and present your views to the budget, to the committee, and they are captured and involved in the budget. That's the first point of consideration of the public. Then the second point is committee proceedings and the House proceedings are covered live. We have an understanding with the national broadcaster in this country to cover all the parliamentary proceedings and sometimes committee proceedings. The third point of contact is communications, public communications. Our MP, though it's not official, they go out to the local medias and communicate what is in the budget, and people are involved. They call in, they write, and they are involved in the budget. And maybe lastly is oversight. This is after the budget has been approved. The committees go out to the public. They want to understand if what was passed in the budget is being implemented the way it was in the budget. And if there are issues, there are accountability committees that also go out there and pick people's opinions on issues of accountability, and those are in the reports of Parliament, and they are accessible by whoever wants. Maybe to give you, I tried to get this information on public participation in the countries that are in attendance today. This is from a report by Public Participation. It's an institution that does public participation surveys in 129 countries. I think the only country that is not surveyed in this report is Cape Verde, for those of us who are here. But you can see the extent of our performance in public participation. The adequate score, the one you see in green, is 61. When you score 61, they say you're doing well in public participation. The global score in public participation is 15%. Maybe here in Africa, we have South Africa, we have Kenya, which are not doing well, but at least they are in 30s. But you can see we have countries which are at 0, we have countries at 9%. They are indicators and they score uniformly. And I think some of us have participated in those surveys. They call or they come to our institutions and ask questions and we respond. These are our responses. And they have scored us uniformly. That's how we do. So you see, if you see these results, you have to reflect on how you can improve them. What can you do better to make sure that public participation is improved for the advantages that the presenter properly listed. The website is there. You can check for your country and the details of what they score. For the case of Uganda, I put this slide here to show you guys that it's at the level of approval of the budget that public participation is. Here it scores 0. This is Uganda. We scored 0 for budget approval in public participation, though our overall score was 15% for all the 3 parameters that are surveyed. Now, there are opportunities, and I know in all our countries we have these opportunities. The ICT landscape has grown, has improved. We have faster internet, the speeds are better. We have TVs and radios spread over the countries. We have social media that is booming at the moment. Mobile gadgets are as cheap and are better. We have apps and softwares that can do miracles everywhere. People are getting more and more ICT literate. So we have to leverage these opportunities to make sure that we improve our public participation. Let people take part, let people own our budget. This is what is in Uganda. 98% of this country is covered by radio. We have many TV stations. Internet is a lot. People have phones, smartphones, and internet. But I wonder why we are not involving them. And the reason is we are not taking advantage of the ICT landscape to get people take part in their budgets. So just a short time, I highlight what we can do to improve public participation, but taking advantage of the ICT that we have in all our countries. One, we can have online budget consultation portals running by parliaments. And these ones should be as interactive as possible, that polls can be run, that we can have surveys. And these days, I think technology has grown to a level that as you get this information, it can be tabulated real time. You know who says what on what issue, how much, for what, so that after your engagement on these platforms, you already know how to do your budget. You have the information you need, and you can do informed decisions. We can use social media platforms and have hashtags and share sessions these days. On X, you can have as many people and engage them. You can have mobile applications and SMS platforms. I also included SSDs, and these are important. SMSs and USSDs are important for people, someone said, who have no access to internet. Like you saw, our landscape, internet access is around 60%. So we have 40% of people who don't access internet. But you can use USSD, or you can even use SMSs. So interactive that you can have a automatic voice on the other side answering someone. Someone can type codes in their phone and they engage real time without even having internet. And you can tabulate that information straight away and you pass it to parliaments. This is for PBOs, by the way. Then we can have virtual town halls. These days we no longer need to go to meet people. It's quite expensive and it requires a lot of time. In Uganda we do consultations, okay, the executive part, at the local government level. We have over 146 districts, we have 31 municipalities, we have 11 cities, so you don't have time to go to every unit to pick information. But you can have a town hall meeting, you can have Zoom teams, and you engage your people, and you pick their information, and you include it in your budget. And then the last, I think this will be my last page, you can have interactive budget simulators, as she said. A simulator is you give someone an opportunity to real-time interact with the budget. You can even allow them to do allocations the way they want, and they face the challenges you face. Because I know with the minimal resources we have, it's not that we don't want to include people's priorities, but we don't have money. Now, if you give someone a chance to just do allocation and see things are not working out, maybe at some point they will understand and they will do give rational opinions towards the budget. Then we can also have open data platforms where we can have interactive visualizations of the budget, and people will get to know what went where, and they will be satisfied that they know where their money is being spent. And then interactive voice responses. These ones are also good for people who don't access internet. These are just like voice prompts. You have your questionnaire already on someone calls, then there is direct response. These days, even AI can simplify it. You can create a voice, the other side, that can interact real time with someone. You don't need to recruit people, because that was a question. Will Parliament afford this, to have toll-free and then have staff the other side? But we can use AI, and we have voices directly interacting with people, and the information is picked real-time, tabulated, and then our work will be eased. And then lastly, we can use local media platforms and radio stations. And this is important, especially in a diverse country like Uganda. We have over 70 languages, those of you who don't know. So we have 70 people speaking different languages in this country. So it's hard for Parliament to reach everyone. But we can have people, or our MPs or their representatives, go down, talk to people in their local languages, and pick that information, and it's harnessed with what we have picked from other places, and have our budgets inclusive by all the public. I think I beg to stop there. The benefits have already been talked about by the presenter, and I thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I wouldn't take more time. I just need 5 minutes. As everyone says 5 minutes, I don't take more than 5 minutes. And I'm not presenting information like this, all this stuff. Whatever I've written is already been said. And I just want to say how our scenario in Somalia it is. In the last presentation, my brother has been posted for the website of Open Budget Survey, and you have seen Somalia and Burundi were 0 in budget participation. And that's true. It's not something that I'm going to deny. It's something true. But we are doing progress on behalf of the executive branch. But legislative is still, they are not performing. On the Constitution of Somalia, it says in every bill, before you have been passed, you have to consult with the people from regional level to federal level. But are we adopting that constitution? No, in some scenarios we are rejecting. But there is a lot of good things that we have in Somalia. We don't have any language barrier. When it comes to other countries, maybe they have a language barrier. We don't have that language barrier. Number 2, whenever sessions is happening, it's live on social media, even Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Even our MPs, they are active on the social media, all of them, especially on TikTok. Because of these days, if you need to approach the youth, that's the place you will find them. So what we do in the budget process for the citizen engagement, we have a 2 citizen engagement. when it comes to the budget in Somalia. First one, it's the executive term. They have a budget consultation, budget survey. When they are preparing the budget, they consult with the civil society, academia, all other stakeholders of the civil societies, and the other people, vulnerable people, all that stuff, women, everyone. Then when they submit to the budget, to legislative, then again we have another session, same like that. Even sometimes it takes 3 to 4 days with meeting, consultation with the people, how they see the budget, do they need anything to be changed, the way allocation has been happen. The mandate that the legislative have on the change of a budget, we can change the budget within the number of, we cannot across the aggregate number. If it's 1 billion, we cannot add $1, but we can play within the framework of 1 billion, whatever it is in that amount. So usually what we do, the scenario that we are facing in Somalia, our budget mostly it focuses with the security sector because we are facing security issue. And the second, we focus administration, while the social sector, education, healthy, all that stuff, we don't focus because we don't have a budget to cover all that needs. But luckily, our supporters, foreign aid, whatever you call World Bank, EU, USAID, they focus on social sector. So if we say we need to discuss with this stuff, they do their own civil engagement and this scenario. So right now we are willing next year or the upcoming 5 years to jump from 0 into the good number, because if we are planning strategies with collaborating with the UNICEF that we are appealing to increase the citizen engagement, to use any platform that we can reach our society. If you go to our Facebook in the Parliament, you will see before the session, 1 day before or 2 days before, we ask the people if they have any question that they need to ask with any minister. For example, if tomorrow we have called the Minister of Health to question, so we post social media and ask, do you have a question? On behalf of you, the Parliament will ask. And it's going to be live. It's not being edited. It's not going to be edited. It's going to be live. So that's the scenario of Somalia. I don't want to take more than that time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I must commend you for keeping time. I think we have listened to quite a lot, and I'd like to know if this differs from the different countries, or if there's something that you think might have been missed out. Could we? Yes, please. Eastern Cape.
Thank you very much, Program Director. For me, it's just two. One for Gambia and another one for Uganda. Now, listening to the reply of Gambia, then it brings me to the question as to whether in Gambia is there any act of parliament that places the will of the people at the pinnacle of the budget formulation. Listening to your reply, and the second one, which is for Uganda. My question is, I think of course you spoke about media, whether it's social media or any other media in terms of public participation, the importance of that. I think behind Advocate Becher indicated our challenges in South Africa in terms of Eastern Cape, in actual fact, as a rural province, if you want to put it that way. Now the question is, how do you authenticate public participation through media platform such that it can be peer reviewed by your counterparts independently, instead of probably say it's working, yes it's working. If it can just be independently peer reviewed and as authentic public participation, and it can even test any litigation. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Yes, we have a hand at the back.
So for me, I think it's just to ride on some of the sentiment that was shared in earlier sessions around the lack of clarity of what public participation is and what it contains. I think quite a lot of work has gone into trying to define what public participation is and what it can look like. At a global level, I know, ma'am, you spoke of the FOA efforts, and if you do take, so as PSAM, we are a gift steward. That means that we also push for fiscal transparency and public participation in fiscal policies. And we have norms and standards on public participation at a global level. And I'm more than happy to post these in the WhatsApp group as well. It's public information, like they're global norms and standards. We agreed to these. And those are ways in which you can also develop parameters on how you would like to, go through the different steps of consulting, involving, giving feedback. So there are all these different stages of what public participation looks like. I think what there is a bit of a disconnect is where you have public participation, you conduct it, but it is not meaningful. So what is meaningful public participation? And there are elements that were spoken to about how it has to be progressive. But that now then requires quite a lot of actors and different types of actions that may be in parallel in nature and are not necessarily in the purview or in the mandate of PBO, so to speak. And that's why there was the sentiment on the ecosystem approach. It takes an ecosystem approach. And in terms of reaching some of these communities, layering on existing development frameworks and creating networks, interagency agreements and arrangements to reach these people are ways in which some of the communities, I know in Zimbabwe quite a lot the PBO relies quite a lot on some of their partners in civil society to collect, to reach, to connect with different wards and all of that. All as part of using multiple ways of reaching people. So you can have the surveys and the like, and you can have the portals and the toll-free lines. That's really great. But if I don't have data, I'm not going to participate. And if I also don't understand what this is about, I'm also not going to participate. So there's also the issues to do with apathy, participation fatigue. How do you get a citizen to actually provide realistic information when the information that is coming out sometimes is not credible and is not reflective of what they're experiencing in their daily lives?
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, I think we'll come back to the presenters and see if the panelists would also like to make any comment there. Kindly summarize your answers.
Yeah, just to answer the question raised by our colleague from South Africa. So there's no act per se, but the members of parliament are there for the people. So there may not be a formal consultation, but they do have consultations with the citizens that they represent. So information is passed to them and it's passed to plenary.
Thank you. There was a question that was specific to Uganda, and a colleague asked how to authenticate through media information or through media platforms. I think he has an issue with how authentic is the information we get through media to be included or to be considered for the budgets. And I think that's why we should now embrace ICT in our public participation, because if you have embraced ICT, there are measures that you must take, ICT measures, to ensure that the information you get is credible. And some of them is, one, information should be from a verified platform. For instance, I'm sure some of you have such platforms. In Uganda, our parliament platforms are verified. You will know this is Parliament of Uganda, social media handle, maybe X handle, whatever handle. So in that case, information you get there, you trust it. It's authentic because it's from Parliament of Uganda. And maybe the information you get from people that are contributing, you need to have a structured way of picking that information. You can go through maybe, say, a survey where you have questions that people should answer to. All these other comments and opinions, you can find a way of lumping them together or maybe screening them to put them in the budget. But you should have a structured, say, questionnaire of what information people should submit to, and for such information that you get through those questionnaires, surely you can trust that it's right information. And maybe lastly, someone said the definition that we don't have a correct, we have not given a concrete definition of public participation. And I think it's right, because everyone can define it in his or her own way. Actually, when we were having this conversation with the people who did the survey, we had issues. Actually, if you came to us as budget office, we would tell you this is not our score. We didn't score 15%. We have much more. But they convinced us of what they wanted. Because we were saying, if I have a member of parliament, for instance, just the basic one, and we know he represents the people, his electorates, if he comes and takes part in the budget, and tomorrow he goes back and maybe gets information from the people and brings it and it's included in the budget, is that not public participation? Because by definition, a member of parliament represents people. His voice is the voice of the people. So someone can define that as public participation. But now we are looking at a way where we can have as many people as possible involved in the budget, and that's when they will own it. We want to go as deep as possible. We want, if it's possible, to reach the last person at the grassroots, which is not possible. But let's try to move towards that. And ICT presents the opportunity for that. Thank you.
Yes, and I just want to follow what my brother says on the representative of the parliaments and the MPs he's representing with the people. That's the scenario sometimes we face when we consult with the MPs and say we need to do such kind of participation. Sometimes they may call themselves, we are representing the society. Whatever we take a decision, it means we representing. Sometimes it's not something that we don't have a time to share on the grounds. And Somali is a little bit different. Sometimes, some regions we cannot go on security issue. Gathering a lot of people, sometimes it may cost a little bit more budget on budget issue. So they have decided, while they are representative of the people, they are people. So in that scenario, sometimes it's happened, and yeah, that's all. Over to you, Torres.
Thank you. Ghana, I think you have the last question, and then...
It's a comment.
Okay.
I think maybe it escaped me. I didn't... We are going public engagement. Who is the public? I think the strategy for public engagement should be well formulated, because if you say public, it means that it's not only the ordinary man in the village, it also includes policy think tanks. And so sometimes too much public participation can really derail the budget. So we need to structure how the public should participate. You spoke about leveraging on technology. That is good. So can we, for instance, we know what the budget is dealing with and the issues that is going to deal with. We can leverage on technology and introduce a voting system for the category of people who have access to internet so that they will vote on those matters, which the results will come, and then Parliament will then know the priority of the people. Then we can leave the grassroots, those who don't have access to internet, to our members of Parliament, to engage them and bring the inputs, to the plenary for consideration. Then there will be another angle where we can engage the policy think tanks and the media, So if we do not categorize them, we are going to have a wholesale public participation. I can guarantee you that, because in Parliament of Ghana we tried it, and some of them are virtual insults. You people are sitting down there and, and so we need to really regulate, and it has to be a whole strategy that the Parliament should develop on public participation in the budget process, and not just because we just want to encourage public participation. We should open it, and then anybody at all can send input. I can tell you that 70% of the input will be meaningless, but we can structure it and then see how we can streamline public participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana.
Sorry.
How quick can you be?
Yeah, just
I really
just
want
an
to.
yes. It's as my seniors, it has to be targeted. In Ghana, we have the budget calendar, and as part of the budget formulation, there's stakeholder engagements where the Ministry of Finance officials, together with the parliamentary committees, engage people in academia, civil society, people who have something meaningful to contribute, given the technical nature of the budget itself. I mean, it's not everybody who can comprehend, exactly what the government is about. Remember, the government has a social contract with the people. It has an agenda to pursue within a certain, time frame. Okay? So like he said, we need to redefine exactly what public engagement is. But I think back in Ghana, we do, because of the constituency engagements that the MPs carry out by explaining government policies to the people, especially during recess. So I find that score even for Ghana 17 rather unbelievable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Finally, Uganda.
Thank you very much. Actually, what I was going to talk about has been spoken by my colleagues from Ghana. What is the public participation? And because for us, as Uganda, we have tried to involve the policy think tanks. We invited an economic consortium, of policy makers. When they came to give their views are very different from what the public wants. Now you call a civil society organizations. I always ask them, whose interests are you representing? Some of those are international NGOs who have different interests. Others are local. Others are community-based NGOs. And if you put them in one room, they all have different views about their budget and about the social allocation. Those in agriculture will say, spend all the money in agriculture. Those in education say, education. Those on the road will say, all the money should go to roads. So that if you tell them, like Dr. Mariam said about scenario building and the simulators, if you give everybody the resource envelope, that this budget is $200 million, distributed across the different sectors, everybody will have a different scenario. So this calls for our colleagues from Rhodes University, who are academicians, and they have talked about that there are international parameters for public participation. I think as the African network, one of our way forward, arising out of this conference, would be we sit down and define how best can we regulate, how can we harmonize public participation. Because the publics are different. You invite lawyers, they want legal issues. You want traders, want trade issues. You invite doctors, they want salaries. So unless when you have a structured way of whom do we call the public and how do we aggregate public interest, then we shall have a longer way in trying to convince everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think a lot has actually been said, and we have tried to get an aggregate of the views from the different parts of Africa. So thank you very much. We were handling the issue increasing public participation in the budget process, and I really want to thank the entire team, the presenter, Dr. Mariam Yakubu, the panel, Mrs. Nafisatu Njie, Mr. Abdifitah Osman, Mr. Sam Wekwatse. Can we give them a round of applause for a good job done? Thank you very much. I think you may leave the podium now. And on that note, we are coming to the end of this day. I only have a few announcements in preparation for the rest of the program over the next few days. This is the latest that we shall have a session like this. Tomorrow's session is only half day. We shall go until lunchtime. Thereafter, you may either have a free afternoon or go back to your hotels in preparation for dinner. The dinner tomorrow starts at 6 p.m. and we expect that the dress code is going to be cultural attire. So try and be as cultural as you can. If you did not carry anything, you're welcome to look for something Ugandan so that you can join our Ugandan look here. The excursion on Thursday, I think you have all received t-shirts. We would like to hope that you shall all be dressed in the t-shirts. Would like you to get on your platform and please confirm if you will be available for that excursion. So please get on your platform and confirm that. And then lastly, on a much lighter note, especially for the football lovers, you've probably seen that many of the Ugandans are smiling more than everybody else. Uganda it's now official. Uganda is going to be one of the hosts of CHAN, if you know CHAN, that's in football, CHAN 2024. So we expect that 19 nations will be coming to East Africa. This is going to be a joint hosting between Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. So we're looking forward to that. So in February, those of you who are here now can make your bookings for accommodation so that you can come back for that event. So that is from Uganda. But for now, I really, really want to thank you for all your participation today and for staying with us, staying as alert and involved as you have been up to this point. It's now time for us to depart and go back to our various hotels. Transport is organized just like yesterday, so you shall have a team outside waiting to guide you to your shuttles. Thank you very much. On that note, we end our proceedings for today. Have a lovely evening.